Thank you. I'm going to call the meeting for September the 12th, 2023, City of Palo Alto City Council meeting to order. Madam Clerk, will you take roll, please?
Councilmember Burt,
Here.
Mayor Koo,
Here.
Councilmember Lowing,
Here.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames,
Here.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Here.
Councilmember Vinker.
Here.
For the record, all present.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. So today's meeting is called in honor of California Admissions Day and Suicide Prevention Awareness Week. Our first item is a closed session, and it is for public employee performance evaluation for the city council appointed officers. Those are the city manager and city attorney. Madam Clerk, if you have any public comments, we can take it now before we go into closed session.
Mayor Koo, we do not have any requests to speak.
On the on the evaluations. Okay, very good. I'll take a motion to go into closed session.
So move.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. It was moved by Councilmember Lowing and seconded by the Vice Mayor. Please take the votes.
Mayor Koo,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
All right, a motion carries.
Thank you. And so we will go into closed session. Expect to return at around 8 p.m., approximately 8 p.m. Thank you. bit more time than we anticipated, but there's nothing to report. Thank you for your patience. Our next item is agenda changes, additions, and deletions. City Manager
We
Shikara.
have no changes for this evening.
Thank you. And now we are going to go to public comments on items that are not on the agenda. Madam Clerk, do we have any?
Yes, we do have one speaker, Liz Gardner.
Good evening. Liz Gardner, Mayfield Place, 2500 El Camino Real. I spoke last night, but I did want to kind of reinforce my take on parking lifts, which are electronic or puzzle lifts. Klaus is the monopoly company that owns the design. They come from Germany. The parts are manufactured in Germany. They take about 6 months to arrive if there's any kind of retrofits that have to happen. Last night's meeting was about some parking that were going to entail these lifts. They cost millions of dollars. They break down all the time. Utility vehicles, especially for working families, people that work in workforce, different types of jobs who have trucks, cannot park in these lifts. There's usually only one entrance. They're made like an erector set, so they're highly probably susceptible to earthquakes, fires, all kinds of calamities. I just really think the city really should look at different options for parking, for housing. I live in a property that has one of these. I believe it costs, I don't know, somewhere between $1.5 and $2.5 million. It's 195 spaces that electronically valet you your vehicle. They're hard to get out of. They take, yes, from start to finish about 1.5 minutes, but you can imagine with families or people with jobs at different hours, people with activities, getting this car in and out. Groceries don't. It's really hard to unload groceries, small children. I just can't go on more about the negative impacts of these parking lifts or puzzles that are getting discussed. You can come over. I encourage you, Mayfield Place, try parking in one for a week, see how you like it. Okay, thanks.
And that concludes public comment for items not on the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next item is council member questions, comments, and announcements. Does my colleagues have any? Councilmember Venker.
Yeah, just quickly, last night, Mr. Du Bois gave an update on sibling cities and talked about our bridging regional divides workshop town hall with Bloomington, Indiana on Sunday. I think the time was misstated, so I just want to say 1 p.m. Please register online. Thank you.
Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. Two things. One, I wanted to let folks know I forwarded to the city manager that Caltrain has adopted what they've been working on, a whole new set of fares that are basically both more flexible and lower prices for fares on riding and their parking lots to incentivize ridership going forward. So they've asked the different cities in the corridor to help promote this and basically that driving ridership back up is critical to transit being able to provide the service levels that are necessary to make it really viable. So I want to share that with you. And then I had the pleasure to participate in the naming of the Pacc High School stadium for Earl Hansen, who was the Pacc football coach for around 30 years and a renowned coach throughout the state. And so small town hero.
Thank you for sharing. Councilmember Lithcott Haynes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As I mentioned last night, but want to reiterate tonight because I left the co-sponsors off. We're putting on an event called Young Minds Celebrated at Mike's Cafe this Sunday. Here's the flyer for the event. Young Minds Celebrated. It's really an opportunity to center youth in Palo Alto. They're going to be performing at Mike's 5:30 to 7. Various youth-facing organizations that provide mental health resources and service opportunities will be tabling from 4 to 5. And then Mike's is providing free pizza at the end at 7. And it's co-sponsored by Youth Community Service, Palo Alto Chamber of Commerce, Palo Alto Youth Council, Project Safety Net, Alcove Palo Alto, Creatrix Institute, and of course, Mike's Diner Bar. So it's open and free, open to the public. So please come if you're interested.
Thank you for all the announcements. Now we move on to our action items. We had a break before, so we're not going to do that. Action items, and it's the continuation of our 3200 Park Boulevard, 340 Portage, adoption of a resolution certifying an EIR, adopt findings of overriding conditions, and adopting a mitigation monitoring and reporting program, approval of applicant's request for a development agreement, comprehensive plan update, amendment, rezoning to plan community zones and a vesting tentative map with exceptions to the private street width to allow redevelopment of a 14.65 acre site at 200 to 404 Portage Avenue, 3040 to 3250 Park Boulevard, 3201 to 3225 Ash Street, and 278 Lambert. Public comments was taken last week on September 5th. And so there was a small item of financial analysis that was released in the last week. So we will only hear public comments on the financial analysis that was released this week. And so with that, we have a question from Councilmember Venker.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I just wanted to mention that I was absent last week, but I have watched the presentations by staff and applicant and all of the public comment from last week. So I do feel prepared to participate in the discussion tonight. And I have a disclosure that I have spoken with applicant. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right. So why don't we just go to public comments first, Madam Clerk?
Our first speaker is Mary Sylvester.
Comments will be 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Koo and council members. I'd like to thank the council for releasing to the public the financial analysis from Kaiser Marston Associates, KMA, going forward. For those of you who haven't reviewed what was released, the financial analysis consists of just 2 pages. On those 2 pages are summaries and calculations and 4 ways for using the Fry's site. I don't know how many of you had an opportunity to review it, but it's perplexing. And there's a lot missing from those 2 pages. They mention a couple of other scenarios, but provide no calculations for those. The 2 pages do not explain how the study chose to value housing and offices, what other projects were used as comparisons, how construction costs were determined, or what the non-residential, non-construction costs will be. That sort of information is in other KMA studies produced for the city and likely exists for this one as well. But it hasn't been released to us and perhaps not even to council. And those 2 pages make no mention of adaptive reuse for the entire cannery, which was spoken about quite extensively last week. You heard last week many members of the community speak about the importance of saving the cannery and preserving its historic status, not just for present generations, but also for future ones. Many others have sent you letters about this. You're even required to consider such scenarios to see if the full cannery can be saved. But there's no mention, not even a peep, in the 2 pages evaluating the financials for full adaptive reuse. One possible adaptive reuse scenario could be demolishing almost 40% of the cannery and then building a large 2-story garage next to it. How about this instead? You simply have cars park inside the cannery building. Some of the townhomes would then be relocated to where the garage was going to be built, resulting in approximately the same number of townhomes as before, or perhaps even greater. What are the financial impacts of this? Well, first of all, it saves the cost of building a new 2-story garage, as well as the associated environmental impacts. It saves the cost of demolishing a huge part of the cannery. It saves the cost of relocating tenants from one part of the building to another. Yes, there will be a cost to rehabilitate part of the cannery for parking, but the Sobrato plan was to completely rehabilitate that portion anyway, and for offices. A parking garage surely doesn't need to be as fancy as new offices. Overall, this approach might end up saving money as well as preserving the
Thank you.
entire cannery.
Thank you, Ms. Duflos.
Our next speaker is Winter Dellenbach.
Hi, I'm reading this comment for Karen Holman, who couldn't attend tonight. She writes, "Thank you for releasing the economic analysis published by the city last Thursday. It was a vote for transparency, central to the public's right to know, as it's referred to in the Brown Act. After reviewing it, it raises more questions than it answers for me. If this economic study is the only one performed by the city, then was the council uninformed when deliberating or when relying on information provided by the applicant? Are there other studies that the public has not seen but provided to council while deliberating? If so, they should all be released now. Where is any economic feasibility study to demonstrate what the cannery building could support and generate? Meaning, what options are not being examined by the city? This analysis really only looks at the economics that would accrue to the applicant. For instance, where is any analysis about retail or cultural venues and the economic benefit they would bring in retail sales and visitorship dollars on site and to the area? Where is an analysis of the property tax coming to the city if the townhouses are built? And how does it compare to the $5 million Sobrato will pay if the townhomes aren't built? In other words, on what economic basis was this $5 million amount determined, especially when compared to the value of lost housing? What is the actual value of the land for affordable housing and the park, given it's understood that toxics will need to be cleaned up? And who will pay for this cleanup, the developer or the city? This is not stated. What savings could be earned by Sobrato if the cannery were left intact? It could be listed as a historic resource, and the state historic building code could then be applied. This allows alternative means to meet certain standards, typically at significant savings for a developer who needs to bring a building up to current code. Independently, contacting the State Office of Historic Preservation may gain more accurate information about potential savings. These questions and unknowns, and those that others may bring up, deserve to be answered before you make your decision, so that you and the public have a clear understanding of the above, including what the applicant gains compared to that of the city and public. In other words, is this a reasonable, rational, good deal for our city and its residents? Thank you.
Our next speaker is Remy Tan.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes, Remy Tan, our local architect. I just wanted to reiterate my comments from last week regarding the historical nature of this building.
Mr.
And
Tan,
yes,
our comments tonight is focused on the financial analysis. That was new information distributed just this last week. So,
I understand that, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you.
But I'm going to kind of expound on that and state that as per the other speaker, we didn't see anything on the financial analysis about adaptive reuse and saving that very historic building, which is it was the third largest cannery in the United States at that time, and it was owned by Chinese American during the time of the Chinese Exclusion Act. So it's a very, very historic building. And, there's, many things that the developer could do to save the building that could be economically viable. It could be, changed into retail, it could be changed into office, adaptive reuse, and do lofts. I personally did a loft project in San Mateo where we changed an office use to loft use, and that developer sold those lofts for the highest price lofts in the Bay Area at that time. That was down in Bay Meadows, and they were beautiful lofts. So there's a lot of economic viability in adaptive reuse. I don't see I don't see anything in that report on it, and per the EIR, because they are their current plan is destroying a historic building, and it's unmitigable fact in the EIR. It's basically a failure on the point of the EIR. So they are required by law to actually look at saving that building, and Kaiser Marsden needs to look at all the options. So I strongly urge the city council to basically table this item, direct the developer to go back and look at adaptive reuse items, options, and they could easily build on the two parking lots north and south of the building and build something denser. And they should go back and relook at this thing, and they're probably would end up with a better project that's better for the community and saves the historic resource, and maybe they can have a dense enough project and a profitable enough project.
Thank you. Your time is
We're going
up now, Remy.
address the community's desire to maybe have a.
Our next speaker is Terry Holsimer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. Very quickly, I'd like to comment on the economic analysis. I found it seriously lacking in specific information and details. It's amazing that this project, which is hundreds of millions of dollars, is analyzed down into 1 or 2 pages in economic facts. It's just amazing how these numbers, there's no understanding of where these numbers, where they have come from, how they were arrived at, no analysis of what basis and fact they are based on. As others have said already, the lack of information and details provided should set alarm bells off in your head. Transparency is not provided here in these 2 short pages of economic analysis. I urge you and request that more specific details, not less, but more, be provided not only to yourselves, but to the public in understanding how these numbers were were how they came about. Finally, no analysis of adaptive reuse was seriously considered. And I'd really like to think that Thomas Foon Chu, if he was alive today, and I urge you to take a look at the poster over there that provides information on his life. If he was alive today, he would be appalled at this analysis of what he accomplished. I think the accomplishments are something way beyond simple dollars and cents. And I would hope that you would remember that as you're doing your deliberations, that this is more than just a dollar project. It's really about Chinese American history, and that's very important to this country. Thank you.
Our final speaker is Liz Gardner.
I got a chance to look at the financial analysis, the 2 pages, and I was kind of astounded that I do want to turn to you, Subrato, and thank you for all of your philanthropic contributions. I think that that is outstanding, and you've helped this community a lot with different contributions. And I do want to say that, but tonight, again, it's about money, it's about real estate, it's about rezoning. And with the 2-page analysis, I was a little bit mystified of where the numbers are for the deeply affordable housing that is supposed to go on there, and also the analysis of the green space. You know, a really good comparison is I also live on Mayfield, which is just a block and a half away. The Mayfield Agreement of 2005, where a large strip, I think it's 17 acres, was analyzed and traded, and there was a park for low-income housing and offices and so forth. It might be really good to take a look at that, and I'm a result of that agreement, and the housing portion really did not add up for the deeply affordable Mayfield Place related. Segway built it. Anyway, that's my take on it. I really hope you guys just don't just look at the numbers, but look in your heart to this amazing room full of cultural heritage. I couldn't tell you how this makes me feel tonight to be a part of this. First time in my life that I've embraced something. I was on the other side. I just, tear the whole thing down, and I came back and learned that this is something that needs to be saved, preserved, and expounded on. Thank you.
And that concludes public comment for item 2.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I want to say thank you to everybody who came up to speak tonight. And now I'd like to ask for update on background to the city council members and former Mayor Du Bois, who was on the ad hoc committee, is here. And if you'll help us provide some background, that'll be great too. I think we have a seat over here next to Claire.
Hi, council members, 2 nights in a row. I was a member of the council ad hoc along with Mayor Koo that negotiated with Subrato on this project. And I was asked here to come tonight just to comment on those negotiations, particularly for the benefit of the 3 new council members. So we started the negotiation in December of 2021. We agreed to meet as a small group under a confidentiality agreement to really be able to explore options and talk more openly on what was, as you guys know, is a pretty complex issue. And as part of the city team, we had an economic analyst who created the spreadsheet that people were talking about. we use that spreadsheet pretty extensively. I'm sorry, can you hear me? Better? Yeah, so there were a lot of assumptions behind that spreadsheet, and we would tweak it kind of week to week, different assumptions, different configurations. The really relevant part isn't so much the layout on the land, but how many square feet of office, retail, and housing there are. So, at the model level, it just boils down to square footage. So in the middle of those negotiations, we had a public check-in with council in the spring of 2022. And a lot of people and council members talked a lot about wanting some parkland in that neighborhood in Ventura. And there's a lot of talk about creek naturalization. And so, Lydia and I kind of went back to continue the negotiations kind of with that feedback from the public. I think both of us really were trying to ensure that we had a livable neighborhood, that the key historic aspects of the building would be preserved and the historical significance recognized. And so, as I'm sure you guys know by now, this project really maintains what the current amount of office space. It's basically shifting the office space in the portion of the building that would be demolished into the place where Fry's occupied, and then replacing that space with housing. So we're basically replacing the retail space with housing. We struggled mightily with having a larger chunk of that be affordable housing. We really tried to look at configurations where the affordable housing was mixed in with the townhomes. And ultimately, we felt the best way to get truly affordable housing was to have a dedicated 100% affordable housing project. And that's how we ended up with an acre of land, which the city would own and be able to hire a developer to do very low income housing. We got contiguous open space to create a new park or a major extension of Bulware Park, with looking at walking and bike paths to really connect those. And that's a benefit that a lot of people spoke about wanting. And that came at the expense of converting the automotive building, the Audi building, into additional office space, which is really the increase in office from the project. And then Sbarro agreed that the project would be fully parked. It needs to be noted that one of the agreed terms was that if there was a future RPP in this neighborhood, that as part of the development agreement, this would be excluded from that RPP. And then, the two-story parking, it was felt that it was described as a low-profile parking garage that wouldn't impact the housing on the street behind it on Olive. And Councilmember Koo and I wanted more retail. We wanted more access under the monitor roof. So we had a lot of discussions about that. And we didn't find a way to make that viable. So, we ended up with a cafe with a view up into the interior of the roof, as well as kind of desire to use the art funds and have other historic exhibits and recognition of the use of the building. So I respect that some members of the community want full historic preservation. And I understand that desire, and that was kind of a position we started from, but the ad hoc couldn't get there. So it's up to you to decide if there's a way to get there tonight. So overall, I believe the agreement really represents a fair compromise for both parties. Neither party got everything they wanted, and there are benefits for both. And because of council actions many years ago that paused the amortization of the commercial space to make it 100% residential, council had stopped that to continue to allow Fry's to operate. 100% housing on this project didn't appear feasible. And because of new state laws like SB 330, the applicant could potentially move forward with a much different project rather than kind of coming to the city and looking for these benefits. So I think, both parties came together in good faith. We hashed out an agreement. and understanding the trade-offs involved, council approved the term sheet on a 7-0 vote. That was subject to the project going through the process, which it did. It's now coming back to you, culminating with this review. But I do feel like the agreement accomplished many of the goals that the NVCAP talked about and that members of the public talked about. We have new housing, 2 acres of new parkland, plus $1 million for parkland, opportunity for creek restoration, another acre of land, and $4 million for affordable housing, limited parking impacts, TDM, so on. So I hope that reasonable people will understand the trade-offs that were made by both parties. And as I said, we took this negotiation in good faith. And while it's not binding on the council, I hope council will give it some weight. This is a process that, I only experienced once in 8 years. It doesn't happen much, but I think it allows a thoughtful developer like Sobrato to seek out a more complex solution than we could kind of with our normal process. There's been a lot of focus on the historic preservation. I hope we don't lose sight of all these other benefits. I think there are a lot of benefits for the city and for the residents in that neighborhood. So hope that was helpful, and I'm happy to answer any questions about the negotiation itself.
Thank you so much, Tom. I don't know what to call you. Former Mayor Du Bois?
Tom,
Mr. Du Bois. So if there's any questions for Tom, Mr. Du Bois, please light up your lights. But I just wanted to add also that, there was a concern about litigation and so forth. So that's why we went into the good faith discussion with Sobrato through the ad hoc committee. When we talk about the 100% affordable housing that Tom had brought up, it was really for deep affordable. And we really have to think about it. For 100% affordable with deep affordability, it's going to be subsidized, or it's going to have to be done through the city itself, through RFPs with nonprofits or so forth. But land is the biggest matter and the biggest cost. So this was one of the areas that we wanted to make sure that we try to accomplish with deep affordable housing. And I think Tom already talked about the park space. Council had mentioned that they wanted to see a big continuous park rather than small pocket parks here and there, or what nowadays we talk about rooftop gardens or parkland, which is laughable. But so I just wanted to mention the part about the deep affordability. That's about it, if I missed anything. No questions? Thank you. So if there's no questions, we can go into deliberations and comments. Do you have any updates from staff?
No, nothing beyond what we've already presented.
Okay. Does council members have any questions on the financial analysis? I think we have a representative from Keystone Marston here. Keystone Marston.
Kaiser Marston.
Kaiser Marston. Yeah, I'm opening it to any questions and comments. Thank you. Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First, I have a few questions for staff. So in order to find a statement of overriding considerations to be able to demolish a portion of this historical building, we need to identify beneficial aspects that are going to outweigh the unavoidable impacts of the project. Here, one of those stated benefits is the housing the city is getting in exchange for R&D space. And I'm referring to the townhomes that Sobrato is proposing, but that housing isn't guaranteed under this development agreement. So is there a way, I guess, that we can structure this in order to ensure that the land identified for that housing which I believe is why Sbrato is claiming the need to demolish the 40% of the cannery building, is actually built. Can we build that into the DA in order to make sure that that actually happens?
I can speak to that, Assistant City Attorney Albert Yang. We explored that concept in negotiations with Sbrato. Staff expressed the same concern that the actual construction of this housing is a very high priority for the city, and it's an important benefit of this agreement. And unfortunately for the Sbrato team, there's just no way that they could agree to guarantee that the housing would be built. It's very much their expectation that it will be built and their desire for it to be built, but they were unwilling to enter into any sort of commitment to absolutely build it, that we would be able to force the construction to occur, just because they're unable to predict market conditions in that way. What we did build into the development agreement was essentially that the city would receive all the other benefits of the agreement, even if the townhomes were not built. So in some ways, things like the parkland and the financial contribution for affordable housing, the land for affordable housing, those are in theory, partially offsetting impacts of the townhome development. There's a parkland dedication requirement for residential development. And so we would still be receiving those benefits even if the townhomes were not built.
Okay, so I guess it's for this council to determine the balance and the trade-offs of those benefits. So you're saying that just the promise of that housing, I guess looking at kind of that statement of overriding consideration, can we still consider the promise of housing as the potential of housing as one of those overriding considerations? Or are you saying we don't even have to consider that because all of those other benefits are enough for that statement of overriding consideration?
Well, whether the benefits are sufficient and, whether some subset is sufficient is entirely within the council's discretion. But we do believe that the potential for those and the likelihood of those townhomes being constructed can be considered, in that statement of overriding considerations, even if there's not a guarantee.
Okay, thank you. I'm just alarmed and concerned that Sbrato wouldn't want to include that. Another question then, with my limited time here. Yeah, following along this idea of that development agreement, another concern I have would be the ongoing maintenance of some of these other stated public benefits. So we've got the mural as one of them. Can we include in the DA that Sbrato will be responsible for maintaining that mural? Because as of now, I think it's just a requirement to create it, but then no requirement to maintain it.
Yeah, so again, Vice Mayor Jonathan Late, Director for Planning Development Services. You could, again, in our conversations with the developer, this is what we were able to get and bring forward in terms of that mural and maintenance provision. So if Mr. Yang, I see you looking to angle in for a comment here.
Yeah, sorry, I'll have to take a closer look at the specific provision, but I would expect if a mural is provided that it is the property owner's obligation to maintain. And if that's not clear, that is likely something we could address in a condition of approval.
Yeah.
Okay, if we can just, follow up on that. And Madam Mayor, I have two more questions, though. I think I'm out of time. Should I
will you
finish up or
just-
come back on another round?
Please go ahead.
Okay, so two other questions. I think probably Director Late, this would be for you. Curious, what's the process for changing the name of streets? I think one thing I'd be interested in, if we're going to demolish a significant portion of Mr. Chu's cannery building, I'd like to see us do everything we can to honor his contributions to our region. We've identified several of those as potential benefits, but one way I was could be renaming Portage to Thomas Foon Chu. What's that process like?
Yeah, thank you, Vice Mayor. That is a process that is fully within the council's discretion. You can give staff that direction to prepare that change. There's a process that we go through where we contact the historical society.
More to it.
Yeah, and and it would be hearings and a decision made by city council with that suggested change.
Okay.
I think Ms. Raybold has something to say.
Sorry, it goes to the Palo Alto Historical Association, and it's already included as a condition of approval. It's required before the completion of the final map.
Great. And my last question, if through the chair, I can ask a question of the applicant.
Yes.
Great. So this will be for Sobrato. Have you had a chance to review this alternative proposal from a member of the community who proposed maintaining the entire cannery building by essentially moving the townhomes to the location where the parking garage is currently planned, and then moving the parking that would be there into essentially the center portion of the cannery building? According to that community member, that would allow more townhomes, 77 units, could actually maybe increase your R&D space. And that we've seen that kind of adaptive reuse in San Francisco at some of those piers being used to preserve those buildings and use for parking. If you had a chance to review that and thoughts on whether that's a better project for you as well as the city.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Stone. Evan Sokolowski with Arctech, speaking on behalf of Sobrato. We did that analysis early on in the process, looking at it. Because of the construction code issues and other elements, it presents difficulties in providing the yield of parking we need for the project, meeting all the requirements. So this was something we analyzed early on, and some of the code issues and upgrades we needed do not allow for that to meet what was presented by the alternative study.
Okay, thank you.
Evening.
So-
David Burton with KTGY, the architects for the townhouse portion. And we also analyzed that plan that was submitted to you. And in terms of the townhouse portion of it, the assumption in that email was that you would get 73 to 77 townhouses. But if you really, I sincerely believe if we really delved into this, you would end up with a significantly lower, I can't give you a hard number, but there's issues around the daylight plane and the interface with and setbacks with the adjacent residential. We've found out through this whole process in terms of the garbage service that's provided, these kind of stub alleys that are provided, the garbage service will go down there. So we'd have to provide a whole series of trash enclosures where you'd have to take out units to be able to fit in those trash enclosures. There's limits to the length of those alleys in terms of fire service. So we'd have to lose some of the units that are shown on those longer alleys because the fire department couldn't get all the way down there. And then there's water treatment areas we need to provide that would take out significant numbers of those units too. So there's a whole level of study that would need to go into this, but I think we'd end up with very significantly lower number of housing units.
Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. So first I wanted to return to the question that the Vice Mayor was asking kind of about how we can be assured that the housing, where the townhome housing, we'd get residential built there. And I fully appreciate that we can't require something to be built, even whether the property owner highly desires it, we do, the community does. But there may be a partial protection through underlying zoning. And so right now, I'm trying to remember for that parcel where the townhomes would be built, what the underlying zoning is. So maybe a two-part question, what is that? And is there a reason that we couldn't change the underlying zoning that would basically narrow the options of what could be built there? So I don't know if that's for Director Lade or who, but I'd welcome answers on that or thoughts on it.
Director Lade?
Yeah, I mean,
Ms. Raybold.
yeah, I guess I'm pausing only a little bit here because I'm thinking back of where we started with this process and how, you know, I'm sorry, Albert, do you want to?
Yeah,
I feel like there's like where we were when we embarked on this effort to where we are, you know, now, and this has all been part of that negotiation.
Oh, and I don't mean for this to replace the development agreement negotiation. This would be just something that would be layered on that would help assure that the development agreement, we wouldn't, if economics changed or attitudes changed at a different future time, it wouldn't be able to be revert to some other development other than what we're all saying we're agreeing to.
Right. So what is proposed right now for that townhome site is a PC zone. And the PC zone permits multifamily residential, and that is pretty much the only permitted use on that site. That's actually more restrictive than what's currently there, which is RM30, because RM30 does allow non-conforming uses under certain conditions, and this PC would not. The only thing that would be allowed is multifamily residential.
Okay, well, I think then that I didn't appreciate that that under the PC, it basically restricts any other development there other than what we're all agreeing to.
Right.
Okay, great. That addresses that. And then Director Lade, I think last night you had alluded to that, I think it was you who did, that the portion of the cannery building that would be retained and reconstructed basically would have a deed restriction that would prevent demolition. I don't know if that was the city attorney or Director Lade. I just want to make sure I understood that correctly.
Yes.
I think both of us.
Yes, there would be a restrictive covenant recorded on the property that would require the remaining portion of the cannery to be maintained in its sort of rehabilitated state.
And without that development agreement, do we have a comparable restriction?
No.
Okay. Thank you. So right now, is it just questions?
No, you can make questions and comments.
Well, I'll just, I'll return later, but at a high level, I just want to say that this development agreement, when the council a year and a half ago or whenever it was, gave the direction to create an ad hoc committee to negotiate a settlement to what was a contentious legal circumstance and to come up with a plan for this area. We had then Mayor Du Bois and Councilmember Koo, who were kind of, I would say, among the 7 members of the council probably the most desirous of trying to have more retail and more preservation there. And they basically, on the behalf of the council, we knew we're going to negotiate as aggressive of a deal for the values that we had set forth as we could. And the outcome of this actually exceeded my expectations. I didn't think we were going to be able to get 2 acres for park, an acre for affordable housing, and dollars to support both the park and the affordable housing. And so I know we all would like to get everything in a negotiation, but this is a big deal. This would be the largest new city park added in almost 25 years since Heritage Park. It's, I think, one of the things that I had mentioned over the last year or more that I haven't spoken about enough is that I think that park, which will be located on former cannery land, the site, it'll be on the cannery site, presents a great opportunity for an Asian heritage park, both about Bayside Cannery, Thomas Foon Chu, but more broadly about the Filipino community who lived in there and were much of the workforce there, about our Japanese American community and houses of worship and the impact of encampments during the war and the property loss that happened right down the street here. And these are things that our community should honor in a really significant way. And I appreciate that the History Museum will make a significant impact on that. But I think a park devoted to this would be something that people not only in Palo Alto would highly value, but our sub-region doesn't. There's really nothing that I'm aware of from San Francisco down to San Jose or Saratoga that is a significant Asian heritage either park or other public facility. And I think this is a great opportunity to do something really special that could tell the entire story of Bayside Cannery, which I will note, there's a little misconception. Bayside Cannery, this is not where, Palo Alto was not the 5th or 3rd largest cannery in the country. Bayside Cannery was, the Milpitas facility was 5 times this size, and the famous innovation in asparagus canning was done in the Central Valley at their facility. This nevertheless would be a great opportunity to do something very, very significant. And I hope that people will get enthusiastic about that if we go forward. Thanks.
Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you, Mayor Koo. I have a few questions. So first, just following up on the questions from my colleagues about the intent, but not a requirement to build townhomes. Thank you, Vice Mayor and Councilmember Burt, for your questions on that. I know in reviewing the video from last week, there was a slide, and forgive me, I don't have it at my fingertips, that talked about the sequencing of the living into the development agreement. And I'm wondering if the townhomes were not to be built, and I understand the zoning helps us stay with multifamily, but is there a possibility that the demolition would happen and then the townhomes do not get built? Or would that decision and commitment to actually go forward and build have to be made before the demolition happened?
The demolition would occur first. The rehabilitation has to occur first to seismically retrofit the building to be able to withstand the demolition. it might be acceptable now, but based on the analysis, we concluded that that should be done first. The demolition would happen next, and then they can't record the map for the townhomes that subdivides the parcel for the townhomes and to dedicate the park until that demolition occurs, because you can't put a property line through the building.
Okay, so I mean, obviously physically the demolition has to happen before the build, but also the commitment to build would not happen until after the demolition is the issue.
Correct.
Okay. Second question, the Vice Mayor asked about an ongoing agreement to maintain the art. I assume that would be the case also for any other historic acknowledgements and things that are expected to be the case. Is that true?
Sorry, say that one more time.
If there were historic acknowledgements agreed to, plaques or thus and such, would those also be an ongoing obligation to maintain those?
Yes, there would be. I was trying to reach our lead of our public arts division. I wasn't able to reach her, but I know that there is a maintenance requirement associated with public art.
I'm seeing a whole lot of nods from people behind you at Sobrato, so, okay. And then my next question is about the Secretary of the Interior standards with respect to rehabilitation. So I think there's some confusion about restore and repair versus replace in kind. And my question is, I believe there is an expectation that in this rehabilitation of the remaining portion of the cannery, that the Secretary of the Interior standards will be followed. One, can you confirm that? And two, does that include, if you replace in kind, does that meet those standards? And I guess through the mayor, well, you may be able to answer it. If not, I'll ask the applicant.
Yeah, the project is not consistent with the Secretary of Interior standards. No matter what you do, because the entire building was constructed during the period of significance, and demolition of that much of the building is going to result in inconsistency with the Secretary of Interior standards. So the goal of the analysis that was done and included in the staff report was to basically look at modifications to the remainder of the building and how you could remain as in line with the standards as possible. Now, there's also going to be modifications to make it work for an office building. And so there are modifications that go beyond the Secretary of the Interior standards as well, with respect to additions of windows, additions of doors. I think beyond that, we do have Julianne Murphy who prepared that analysis. So I'm going to maybe have her speak a little bit more to the details of that.
Thank you. And maybe when she does, she can talk about, we'll talk about compliance to the extent possible, even if it's not completely in compliance with this.
Yeah. So Julianne Murphy, are you on?
I think she's still on as a participant. Could she be promoted, please, to a panelist? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry about that. We're doing that right now.
Yes, you should be able to unmute yourself now.
Yes, thank you. Hi, everybody. My name is Julianne Murphy. I am an architectural historian with Rincon Consultants, the city's consultant who prepared a technical analysis that supported the findings in the EIR. As part of that effort, we did look at the design provided by Sobrato, including an update that responded to some of our initial comments on how they could better comply with the standards, recognizing that the project, due to the demolition, is not able to meet the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation. And those recommendations included, repair replace in kind repair where they are able to. It's not possible in many of the places to repair because of the deteriorated condition. So that's one of the factors that has to be considered, especially with materials that were never intended to be long-term materials like the corrugated metal exterior. Obviously, the level of deterioration on that is not going to be feasible to retain that, but what they're proposing is to replace that in kind with new corrugated metal material. Similarly, I believe they've made a commitment to keep the original monitor windows where possible, and where that isn't possible, they've proposed a window design that replicates the historic, which is consistent with the standards. So Claire correctly described that the project is not aiming to meet all the standards. It's not possible with the design, but they have made a commitment to replicate historic material where possible.
Thank you. I think I'm out of time.
If you have more, just finish up.
I just have one more very quick question. I was in Fry's any number of times, but I simply don't remember. Was the monitor roof visible from the interior of Fry's when one shopped there? Getting this from back there.
The applicant can speak.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Tim Steele with the Sprout Organization. Fry's moved in the early 80s. And other than doing a blue paint job that they never really refreshed, there was a lot of mechanical hanging from the roof. There was insulation and drop ceiling in some places. It wasn't really respecting what was there in any form or fashion. They did no additional refurbishment of the space during their 20 plus years of occupancy. So it was pretty disrepair. Now, we've removed everything so we could pull it back and see what that underlying skin and structure is. And there's a lot more there that they weren't showing off.
I see. And the lot more that was there, as I understand it, it was built in stages or over various periods.
Yeah,
is
I
that right?
believe it started around 1919, and just one building after another. The Page and Turnbull report pulled a kind of a layout of all the different building permits as it progressed all the way up into most recently in the 90s and early 2000s.
Thank you. Those are all the questions I have. I can do comments later.
Thank you. Councilmember Lowing.
Thanks very much, Mayor. Really appreciate the testimony of Tom. A very active, yeah, I know. Very active in the ad hoc and obviously in the city. And I think the ad hoc is, the council had two very capable members doing that. I have just one question that is like 2/3 already answered by two of my colleagues, but this has to do also with the sequencing, basically. So what's that? Oh, sorry. So I understand that basically what's in place is almost like a breakup fee, that we get our benefits if they don't build. Is that a way of thinking about it on the front end? But the other question I was going to ask is, can we also, if necessary, adjust the sequencing? I mean, we're set to go third. Could we put it on a time frame that after X months, we can get delivered to us the land, for example, so that we can plan for a specific date that we're going to own the land and line up our developers to get working on parks and affordable housing? It seems like that could be part and parcel of the benefits that are coming to us, that they have to stay on a time frame, because we don't want to wait 5 years for this.
Do you want the applicant to respond, or Claire, Ms. Raybold, can you?
Sure, both is fine.
Was actually going to, so is the question whether they have to stay on a time frame for an exact date of when they have to deliver the land by, or are you asking about changing the sequencing?
No, this is the former.
So
If they decide not to build the townhouses, understand reasons for that. But at some point, we'd like to get on with our affordable housing after, 2.5 years of negotiation. So
So I'm gonna have Albert actually start that conversation.
Yeah, so they are required to offer the land to us, basically, as soon as the garage is built and the remaining cannery is rehabilitated. There's a schedule that's set forth in Exhibit C to the development agreement. It's packet page 149. And that sort of sets out, how many days they have to get started, how many days or how many weeks and months to finish each phase of the work, and when recordation of the final map, which would include the offer of dedication, would happen as well. So there is that sort of schedule that you have referenced.
I think I'm asking for if they change their schedule on the townhomes and decide not to do them for 5 years.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like we should stay with the sequencing. It seems like we should have a date that overrides that so that we can get our land and get going.
Well, we receive the land regardless of their decision on the townhomes. So we receive that land first before they need to make a decision on the townhomes.
Okay, that wasn't clear in the slide that I dug out that you were referencing. Since we come third on that, it looked like a lot of other stuff was happening. So all I'm trying to do is just to protect us getting the benefits if they delay the beginning of their construction. That's all I'm trying to address. So I understand the sort of breakup fee is there, but I just don't want them to say, well, we changed it. We don't want to do anything for 5 years, so we'll let you know.
Yeah, so council member, on slide 8 of the PowerPoint presentation from last week, we went through the sequencing of that. And as Mr. Yang noted, once the portion of the cannery building is demolished, there's a realignment of the lot lines. And after that map has been approved, that's when the offer of dedication is made to the city. And then there's, as Albert said, their timeline for the condos is not impacted, or we're not impacted by the condo development in that regard.
Right, but we're impacted by a delay in demolishing that portion of the cannery.
Well, that's the project, right? So but maybe the applicant can speak to this too. It's our understanding that the applicant is poised and ready to proceed in that regard as well. But I don't, maybe there's some additional safeguards, Mr. Yang, that we can, but I feel like.
Well, the applicant's up now, so.
Okay.
Thank you. We did our best working with staff to try to get as much to the city as possible as soon as we can. We can't dedicate the land to the city until we built the garage because our parking is sitting on the land that we're offering to the city. So as soon as we can build the garage, we're refurbishing the building at the same time. That allows us then to create, as John mentioned, the individual parcels. You can't put a parcel line on an existing building. You have to clear the building off of that parcel line. That's where the demolition is going to happen. At the point that we do the demolition, we are required per the development agreement to then record the final map. And the final map will include the requirement to dedicate the 3.25 acres, both the park and the BMR parcel to you. So, I mean, we have to do all that to be able to give you those things. And I think the breakup fee is not cash necessarily as much as it is that 3.25 acres.
Yeah, no, I totally get that. And I'm not trying to get more. I'm just trying to, I think you may not build them for a while, or you might, and you don't know that yet either. So I was just trying to figure out a way that we could get going on other parts of our housing.
I think, and my attorney's right here and probably out the distance that she can kick me, But I'm sure we could probably look at some commitments on that land in even a stronger way.
Great.
We're not opposed to doing it. There's just some steps that we have to do to legally put it in the form that it can be dedicated to the city.
Yeah, and physically, just
Correct.
how you have to get that site rearranged. So great. That was great detail and appreciate your, cooperation and trying to look at it because we want to put up housing.
While I'm here, I just want to say that staff did a really good job, I think, through this process working with us. They didn't leave anything on the table. I think they thought of a lot of things. We were able to work through those things, and I think it is a balanced deal for both sides. And I want to give credit to the staff and their consultants for that.
Great. Thank you. That's my only question. I have a bunch of comments, but if somebody else wants to chat with questions first, up to you, Mayor.
I have comments too. So if there's more questions, please put on your lights. If we're moving to comments, make your comments.
If you'd like to start,
ahead.
that's great. You're an ad hoc member.
You can go ahead first.
Well, as we know, the latest incarnation of the Fry's site saga started in January of 21, and Mayor Du Bois took you through the timeline, so I'm not going to go back through that. But the reason it started, I really want to underscore for the public. When Sobrato filed their preliminary application, it was in Senate Bill 330 and other laws that were quoted as enacted by our overzealous state legislators who want us to build housing, as do we, but they're not too concerned about giving us local discretion. So, and ironically, we want to build on our we want to build mixed use housing on our current site that's been zoned that way for 30 years, but that's probably not going to happen. And so anyway, as you know, we didn't want to go through a whole legal process and decided to negotiate, put the ad hoc together, and that's where we are tonight after good work on both sides. And so in every negotiation, by definition, nobody gets everything they want. And guess what? That's exactly what happened here. We want that multi-family housing. Sobrato wants commercial space and condos that are more lucrative, understandable. We want to preserve cannery. They would like, some of that footprint for condos and some of it for existing commercial tenants, and ditto for other deal points. So that said, at the end of this process, and without any litigation and time spent on that, and where are we? Well, I mean, it's a difficult process, but productive. Tough call, particularly around the cannery site. But I think, like Tom Du Bois said, the city got a lot of what we wanted right from the beginning, as outlined by council and as even outlined by the NVCAP working group. So without going through again all of the deal points, the ones I really want to emphasize that I'm excited about are, we are getting somewhere in the range of 74 new family homes, townhomes in our city, and we need that. That's part of the inventory that we need in our RENA allocations, but also just for our growth in the city. And we're getting 3.25 acres of new land for, park and affordable housing. I mean, we know new land is scarce. It doesn't exist in Palo Alto. And so that's good. The parameters around this are a mixture of parks and affordable housing close to Matadero Creek. But this acreage is now going to be owned by the city. So nobody can tell us what we can't build or what we can build except ourselves. So for example, we could look at this and say, hey, Bulware Park expansion is really close to there. Maybe we don't need as much as we're thinking about for this parkland, and we can build more affordable housing. What if we doubled it and we did 150 units there? Now we've got 225 units on that site, and it's starting to look like a real contribution to our housing inventory. So I'm pretty excited about that opportunity, which we have to think through and make some plans on. We've got the historic covenant that we talked about. We've got some retail space. We get $5 million or so in pocket change to get going on some of these projects. Not ideal, but I think it's a realistic outcome, given what both sides wanted. And I think for the residents in the city, we're not getting everything, but the cup cup is more than half full. The cannery outcome is clearly a disappointment with where Sparta wants to put other things, but the ad hoc tried for that. Members of the public and public comment have been saying, well, go back and tell them that they have to do this. That's what's happened in the last 2 years. And that's where we've gotten. And so the idea, if it would be floated to restart the negotiations, it just doesn't make any sense, because that's where we've been for the last 2 years. And both sides have come into it, trying to do the best for everybody. And I think they've pretty much got there. I want to make one comment on the cannery situation, which I don't expect will be comforting to everybody, but I just want to offer my personal opinion on that, it's disappointing that whole building isn't there, but I personally think that, early success can already be declared in preserving that history around the cannery, and also the man who's center stage there, Thomas Fun Chu, because there's now really high visibility on his accomplishments. Not many people in Palo Alto knew anything about this 3 years ago or so, including this 35+ year resident. And now I know a lot about that, and I'm proud that we have that kind of heritage here, because of all your enthusiastic efforts of the public who have been telling his story. You've basically launched his past into our future, and I think we should all be grateful for that. And thousands of people more for decades to come in Palo Alto are going to know that story, which is going to be on full display right there at the cannery and hopefully at our own history museum. So part of the building will be gone, but all of his story will not be gone ever. And I was pleased to see that his granddaughter, Gloria Home, agreed with that approach, as did her brother. And so I think we're in reasonable shape, and I'm supportive of this. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Lithcott Haynes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. With my colleagues' terrific questions and comments about the site and various technical matters, I'd like to pick up on Councilmember Lowing's comments and focus my remarks on what I've learned about this magnificent man, Thomas Fun Chu, and what that ultimately draws me to conclude about the proposed project. I sought to learn more about Thomas Fun Chu by having a conversation with his granddaughter, Gloria Hom, a respected member of our community and a professor of history. Ms. Hom loaned me a copy of her book, which is called Chinese Argonauts, an anthology of the Chinese contributions to the historical development of Santa Clara County, in which Thomas Fun Chu is one of 18 Chinese and Chinese American leaders that she profiled. I learned from Ms. Hom's narrative history that Thomas Fun Chu's Bayside Cannery was headquartered not in Palo Alto, but in Alviso near Milpitas. And Alviso was by far his flagship operation. And the Palo Alto Cannery, in contrast, that is the subject of much conversation today, was really more of an add-on. Palo Alto was never the predominant focus of the Bayside Cannery. This tertiary status of our cannery building is reflected in Ms. Hom's 21-page account of her grandfather, where we learn of his work and his habits and his temperament, and most profoundly, we learn of his impact through the Bayside Cannery in Alviso. On the final page, 21 of 21 pages, Palo Alto gets a brief mention, which I will read. Also, about 1920, an already operating cannery in Mayfield, now part of Palo Alto, was added to the Bayside properties. This cannery packed tomatoes, apricots, pears, peaches, and fruit salad. 3 sentences out of 21 pages. Accordingly, in Alviso, Mr. Chu is honored with a city street and various monuments, as he should be. And that building is on the National Registry, as it should be. And we here in Palo Alto are trying to figure out how to honor a man, a Chinese American man, a business tycoon, who had a small piece of his magnificent enterprise located in what we now call the Fry's Building, which is owned by the Sobrato Company. As we struggle with a dilemma about what to approve on a set of privately owned parcels that contain buildings that have historical value, I find Ms. Hom's compromise, which she wrote of in a letter to the city last week, compelling. Here is a portion of it. She writes, I believe the ideal platform to present this compelling narrative would be through a permanent exhibit at the future Palo Alto History Museum on Homer Street, rather than retaining the Fry's Building. This museum promises to be a fitting home for the cherished stories we aim to share, ensuring that they endure for generations. The Palo Alto History Museum has had its groundbreaking and should be ready for exhibits by October 2024. The Chinese exhibit must be one of the first to be completed and in public view, she says. Y'all, it has been a long process, and I'm a newcomer to it, so I don't know the half of it. People are weary. More than a dozen formal hearings, ARB, HRB, PTC, community conversations. A council ad hoc was formed, and Mayor Koo and former Mayor Du Bois worked steadfastly on that and ended up getting for the city more than we ever thought we could get. And that process has led to this point. Many of us might wish for a different design, different configuration, different commercial tenants that may eventuate, different retail. Heck, I'm a fan of adaptive use. We've seen that beautifully done with the Ferry Building in San Francisco, Granville Island in Seattle, elsewhere. And as a granddaughter of one of the first Black physicians in America, I deeply appreciate the urge to honor an ancestor whose life was truly groundbreaking. But I also appreciate that that doesn't mean we need to honor every single place where he worked, but rather the place where he had the greatest impact, which in the case of Thomas Foon Chu is Alviso. I'm not trying to say it's the same. I'm just saying I can relate to and deeply respect wanting to bring our ancestors and their acts of historical significance forward. Our lengthy process of study and review and comment has gotten us to a hard-won proposal through the efforts of the ad hoc. This is not public land, we have to remember. This is privately owned land, and the applicant has agreed to provide 74 townhomes, preservation of the monitor roofs, which is the architecturally significant feature of the building, amplification of the history through beautiful curated materials to which the public will have access, city parkland, an acre for deep affordable housing, creek restoration, $5 million to get us started, all in Ventura, which deserves good things. And with our economic consultants saying we come out on top financially. And to fail to support the project before us unravels the work of our ad hoc, opens the door to a private property owner potentially going with a different project, as is likely their right, that gives the city far less than we're getting with this proposal. So I am in favor of the proposal with a statement of overriding concerns that I've just articulated, and with a street renaming, potentially an Asian American Heritage Park, as Councilmember Burt has just suggested, and a vibrant permanent exhibit at the Palo Alto History Museum, which will have far more visitors in any given year than a commercial building down a street in a residential neighborhood will ever see. I want to thank everyone who worked hard on this, and I acknowledge that no one goes away completely happy, and that's the way we do the hard work of the city, respecting the past while moving forward. And the next steps we can look forward to are designing an amazing new park and a wonderful 100% affordable housing development. And there'll be plenty of opportunity for community contributions to those subsequent projects.
I don't see any other lights. Is there no more comments? Councilmember Finker.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Koo. And I want to thank all of those who have participated in this process for the last several years, but also in giving public testimony, in sending us emails, in pushing us to think hard and deep and creatively about this site. A lot of intellectual capital, a lot of passion has been put into that. And I think it's enhanced our process and our decision-making along this issue. And I want to say that it was actually a delight to sit and watch the video of last week's meeting and watch the public comment about Thomas Foon Chu. What an extraordinary businessman and social innovator. That has come out so fully through this process. So regardless of our decision tonight, a significant good has already come from this process. Mr. Chu's significant accomplishments, as my colleagues have said, have been lifted up, have been celebrated, and our collective knowledge about it has been elevated. And there is no question that the contributions of the Chinese immigrant community generally, and those of Mr. Chu specifically, have been under-recognized heretofore. And we should change that, not just now, but in perpetuity. There's no question about that. But there is a question as to how. And as was mentioned, Mr. Chu's granddaughter, Gloria Home, has suggested that we do that at the New History Museum. And I like that. But I do also think there is something special about the place where it happened in Palo Alto, even though there were other places in El Viso and others. So I believe we should maintain some, physical structure to commemorate and celebrate Mr. Chu. But the question is, how much? If there were special attributes of this building that related to a special canning process or something that otherwise required the entirety of the building to faithfully show that, I would be more receptive to the need to keep the entire building. But that does not seem to be the case. It's the place that's special. It was the man that was special. It was what happened there that was special. And we can commemorate that with the majority of the building staying intact. And that also leads to the other question that my colleague, Councilmember Lowing alluded to, which is what can we do? And Councilmember Lithcott-Hames alluded to when we talk about this is private property. There's been some confusion, not necessarily tonight, but in some of the comments we've received, confusing a historic site with a public site. This is not city land, so it may be historic, but it's private. And we have not had proposals come forward to say, buy this land from Sobrato, make it a public building, let us all have access to the entirety of the monitor roof. Thomas Foon Chu was a savvy businessman, a successful businessman, and he would have understood that this site is that of a private business. So that part is not an option. So we needed to negotiate some public access, and we have. The ad hoc sat down with the applicant and worked out a situation. So we have more than we would have under the SB 330 proposal. So now we have the situation where we have the CEQA considerations, and some say that aspects of it prevent us from finding overriding considerations, but I don't think that's the case. I think that we meet those. But that interplay with SB 330 is unsettled. There is risk there if we do not go down this path and approve this development agreement tonight. So really this decision also involves risk assessment, risk tolerance, and I don't want to end up in a much worse situation. Because the risk is that we could end up without public access to this historic site, without a commitment to recognize the historic significance of the site, without $5 million, and most important, without 3.25 acres for park space and for 100% very low income affordable housing. So to me, it balances out that we should go forward with this agreement and go forward with celebrating Mr. Chu's accomplishments and innovations. And we can insist on that. I mean, as a patent lawyer who came to this city because of its innovation culture, I am enamored of Mr. Chu and all of his both business and social innovations. And I would be happy to be part of supporting, celebrating that in the many ways that have been mentioned tonight. Thank you.
Councilmember Byrd.
Yes, so first I want to emphasize a point that Mayor Koo made, which is that for the affordable housing that we are getting this designated land toward, once we can provide an affordable housing developer with the land, that enables us to have projects that are very low income projects. Because the subsidy level that the developer would have to provide is less. And so that's exceptionally valuable. The other thing I wanted to ask about, point out and ask about is former Mayor Du Bois had sent the council, it's public, be available, a note today suggesting one improvement to mitigation measures, CR1, building recording. I guess it starts on packet page 230. But it's stronger language around virtual preservation. And one of the great things that has happened in recent years is there's 3D scanning technology and the ability to really capture the full visual image of all of the cannery buildings, and in the future be able to have virtual tours with virtual reality headsets, and can literally walk through the building yourself, whether that's at the History Museum, at the park, or both. But it really creates a great opportunity. I wanted to check with the applicant whether they would be receptive to what I assume is not a significant cost to perform something like this.
Ma'am, could you take a seat? No, we're not having public comments. No, we're not having public comments,
No.
please.
In order.
Please respect the council's. No, no. Can you turn off the mic, please?
Yes, yes, you're out of order.
You're out of order. Ma'am.
Token history is not our real history. The location and what
Ma'am.
this building is can provide.
Can you
a
cut that off?
museum of Chinese
The mic?
heritage in California, which Alviso does not do. Okay, so the New York Historical Society has done more than California or Palo Alto to tell the real history. With all due respect to Gloria and her family, who are known for a long time.
You're out of turn. Thank you. Mr. Steele, apologies.
Councilmember Burt, would you mind repeating your question?
Yeah.
I lost track of
It's,
exactly what it was.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, I remember. I believe it was Claire, was it HRB?
Yeah, building recordation and the adding kind of a virtual component to the building recordation.
So it's already been proposed as a condition of approval to go to the most advanced recording as possible. I would like to suggest that we've been looking into that. The technology is available to do a 3D type of walk around of the building. The one challenge that we're working through right now is most of that type of service is a subscription service. And we want to try to find a path, which I think we're close at, as to find a way to put all of that data on the cloud. So then we can hand that package of data to the library to make it easy, accessible, and not an ongoing subscription service.
Okay, so the staff feel that what we already have in the conditions of approval I didn't appreciate it had that kind of best available technology clause. That sounds like that
I think it's around the half.
enables what we're talking about.
I can read it off if you'd like,
Sure.
what the condition says. And this is from the Historic Resources Board, based on their first part of their motion. They ask that the HABs required in accordance with mitigation measure CR2 shall be augmented by the best current technology available, and an appropriate repository for this information shall be established, subject to the approval of the Planning and Development Services
I think
Director.
that best available technology available captures this, so I'm good with that. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've been struggling with this item for a while. It's been a long process, and listening to the community, my colleagues, staff, and other kind of subject matter experts, touring the site, talking to the applicant, hearing the clear pain and anger of those who oppose this project. And I empathize with those who are concerned about the impacts on the historic cannery building. I share those concerns too. Really, why I think we're all struggling with this decision, because of the impacts on the historic status of this building. But my big concerns, I think I share with Council Member Vinker, and it revolves around the unknown of the next step if we reject this project tonight. the world of litigation opens up all of these unknowns for the community. And I think those unknowns are even greater given sort of this avalanche of state laws that we've been seeing in the past and in the future that continue to restrict our local control. And so I fear that if we were to reject this project tonight, we create a situation for those who oppose the project might see this as a short-term victory. I think they might win a battle, but I fear that we would ultimately lose a war, and that would be the loss of all of these public benefits that have been negotiated thanks to former Mayor Du Bois, current Mayor Koo, and staff as well. There are many public benefits that we are getting from this. I won't go into detail since my colleagues have gone over that tonight, I think pretty well. I mean, especially things like parkland, this affordable housing, the money for that, and kind of in particular, I think an opportunity that presents itself here, and we've talked about this tonight. And my story I thought was very similar to Councilmember Lowing. I went into Fry's countless times when I was younger and never once knew or appreciated any type of history that was there. I thought it was a cool building, but beyond that, I knew nothing. And thanks to many in the room today who have been advocates for this, it has brought forward a history that has up until this point really been lost. And it wasn't until I was at the site with the applicant, kind of touring it and looking at the building, did I really get to kind of for the first time understand the history, appreciate it, and really just be able to have kind of reverence for Thomas Funchu and his great accomplishments. And so I think an opportunity that exists here is we are creating an opportunity for current and future generations in this community who are going to be able to come to this site, be able to learn about the history, experience that history. It's of course not to the extent that any of us want. And again, that's the nature of compromise that has been discussed tonight. But the ability to attract those visitors and celebrate that history is noticeable. Is notable. So again, this has been a difficult decision, but I think the risks of turning this project down and the great unknowns and the, I think, high likelihood that we lose many of these public benefits is a risk I can't accept. And so I'll be supporting the project tonight.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I don't see any lights, so I'm gonna give some comments also. It has been a painful process, a long process. And I do want to say that it's very easy for non-Chinese to be saying that we're going to continue the history of what had taken place in this site, at this site, and that this might not be the main cannery or so forth. However, I think that obviously by comments that are made, nobody has actually gone out, or at least on this dais might have seen the Alviso site. I have. It might be the historical site, but it is actually in pretty bad shape. And I don't think anyone will have an experience while they're in there, or even feel that it was a cannery, because it is pretty dilapidated. So I do think that, the Bayside Cannery, which is located at the former Fry site, it is a rare surviving example of Palo Alto and Santa Clara County's agricultural past. So, I think that there is a regional impact, not just local. So I think it is important to recognize that. I do want to go on and say that, negotiating with the Sobrado team has actually been really great. I think they're one of the more, the team have one of the more with integrity, and I had appreciated that. So It was not easy. I think Mayor Du Bois and I had gone through many iterations back and forth um, to get what we got based on council's directions. And, you know, I do stand alongside my colleagues with what they say and what the hard decision has, how we have this really difficult decision to make. And so how we tell the history, how we go about, today, we all know about Thomas Fung Chu and the asparagus king and how he employed so many people and what this cannery was all about. Today, we know about it. What about 50 years from now? Without the building, without the history. So how we tell the history, how we maintain the history is what is going to be important. And so I don't know if I have confident feelings or I am confident enough that this will be carried forward. Mural is great. The technology is great, but at a history museum, I don't know if that is the right place. At Palo Alto History Museum, I don't know if that's the place to be without the building around it and getting the feel of being in this space, even though it might be just a remnant. So I do think that how you tell the history, what is displayed, and who is displayed to, so it carries on the culture as well as the pride. There's amount of pride in this. You know, I will not support a plaque if the clerk, Madam Clerk, if you show my slide. The next one. This was our first commercially integrated circuit building by the Fairchild company. Do you even know where it is? It's the beginning of Silicon Valley. It's the beginning of Silicon Valley. And I know Mayor Tom Du Bois knows where it is because he raised his hand. But do anybody else know where it is? Nobody visits it. Nobody knows. This is the beginning of Silicon Valley. So how we tell the history is really important. This is actually across from the JCC on Charleston. And it's really sad that we don't know this is the beginning of Silicon Valley. It can get hidden, it can get lost, nobody knows. So how we tell the history at this site is going to be important. And I would like to see that the Sobrato team be a party to this. And so I don't think what we have is enough, a mural. I think the artwork, there's the 1% art that will be coming to the city, to the art commission. I think that art needs to be really in deep conversation with the historians that know about Thomas Fung Chu. I think that there was once upon a time a talk about the statue of Mr. Fung Chu. I think that still needs to be there. And I think art relevant within the retail space to this historical significance is also necessary. So I am not fully confident that we have that historical factor in place. But I do want to say that thank you for being honest and for working with us. So, does anyone want to make a motion since there's no more lights? I guess everybody's shy to make a motion. Since nobody's making a motion, then I'll make a stab at it. Um, No, I have it here. So we'll go with the, I'll move to recommend the staff recommendation that is on slide number 17 with the addition of further development of the, with further development through the HRB on the historical relevance of events as well as the person, Mr. Feng Chu. Further historical facts.
You want them to do additional research and? what do you-
No, further commemoration or storytelling. I mean,
Commemoration, if that's what you're meaning.
commemoration,
Okay.
development of further historical commemorations of the events in Mr. Feng Chu.
And would that be the obligation of the city or the property owner? I would support it.
The property owner.
Well, if, I would just say that if we want to do this, if we're talking about a commemoration as opposed to a preservation of building, that I would think that that would be a city initiative, but I don't know what others think.
No, I'd like to see if the applicant would be willing to work with us on that.
Thank you. Can you expound on what participation means? What your expectations, what you're trying to say? I'm not quite following exactly what you're expecting. If I might, for a second though, we are required in the conditions of approval under the EIR to do an interpretive. We've been doing research partially with Gloria, who's assembled quite a bit of information about her grandfather. As referenced earlier, a book that she's written. And so she's been participating with our interpretive historical consultant. She's also been working with our artist in providing information, photographs, and documents from the era so the artist can reflect those. And I'd like to understand more beyond that, what you think that participation is suggesting.
Well, there was the, so those are all artwork and also technology, but I'd like to see the statue.
Yeah, one more, continue on with the conversation. There's also, I think, Councilmember Burt's idea of commemorating the Asian culture. Obviously, Thomas Fung Chu is part of the park. The way the art fee is structured currently with the art committee is that the first half of our phasing of development, we are contributing that 1% towards the artist creating a mural. The second half, the townhome part, would be another $400,000 to $500,000 that wouldn't be paid until the building permits are starting to be pulled on the townhome. So that's about 2 years out from when we start all of this work. I would hope that the city would be thinking about how to design the park So when that fee starts to come forward, there's an ability to integrate some of these concepts of acknowledging the Asian culture and Thomas Fun Chu within the park as well, which I think is a natural connection with the way that the retail plaza is facing out onto that park. So, and that's where the art, the mural is currently thought to be placed.
I'm sorry, where's the mural placed? Inside the retail space or outside?
The mural itself will be on the outside. Right now, it's proposed to be. We're going back to the Arts Commission to daylight, if you will, her initial concepts. We went once before to have them endorse the artist, and now we're working on the concepts. So that'll be coming, I believe it's September 21st. I believe it's going to the Art Commission on September 21st to daylight her first concept for the.
And what is
mural.
the amount? So you said the second half, which is for the townhomes, is about 400,000 or 500,000
Yeah,
for the art. What is the first?
About $450,000 total.
So Sobrato, so for this project is about
Almost.
800,000 for
that's right.
artwork.
That's right, in 2 phases. So ideally, that second phase has the opportunity to be synced with the development of the park as well. I can't tell you to do that, but that's up to the Art Commission or to the council how to designate that fund when it comes in. But I think it's an obvious opportunity to, as you suggested, and your council member peers have also suggested, that we keep this on site and try to make the dedication on site.
And what do you envision inside the retail space?
We just, the historical consultant has developed a package of data and pictures and so forth that essentially is in the raw that's been presented. We now hired a consultant that is an exhibit designer and constructor. So we just hired him, just brought him in and introduced him to the artist about 2 weeks ago, and then contracted with him to start coming up with some designs on how to take those raw materials and integrate them into an exhibit on site, whether it's inside or outside, and try to coordinate that in some way with the art, the mural that the current artist is working on as well.
So I think that, those are just kind of like details, even though it's too early for details. It is something that really helps with the concept and also understanding how the commemoration is going to be done and how much of how telling the history is going to work out. So I appreciate what you have just provided for us. But like I said, what goes in the park has to also be something substantial. And I guess that is something, okay.
Yeah, what I'm told is the Art Commission typically has the first say of where the art funds go. I'm just suggesting that I think you could influence that some of that art funds stay on site in the second phase as you develop the concept for the park development.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. Ms. Rayboff.
Yeah, I don't know that that is true. I think it actually is up to the Public Arts Commission, both with respect to placement as well as the overall design. Council is not supposed to weigh in on those items.
I agree. Having been a liaison with the Palo Alto Arts, the commission, they get to decide and say what artwork, and that council is actually not included in that.
But may I ask a question?
Yes.
Relating to this, and is it not correct that as part of this motion, the council could direct that the expenditure of those funds needs to be in this area and for this general purpose, and then the Public Art Commission works within those parameters in the final thing?
My understanding is that you cannot direct that. If you're doing in lieu funds, then you would need to, it would just go into the in lieu funds, and it would be up to the Public Arts Commission to make that no, certainly the Public Arts Commission, you know, I'm sure they would be keeping in mind what the city council
I
and
hear that.
residents are
And I just
interested
want to
in.
make sure that I don't know if the city attorney knows the answer. If that is the case, then we may want to really revisit this policy.
I've had this discussion with them before when we were doing the Midtown Poem Wall.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have very broad
Well,
abilities.
I want to make sure I understand the language that really gives them that full discretion, because normally in a development, we would be able to
They do have that.
designate location.
City
is-
manager? Oh,
So,
Go
Mr.
ahead,
Yang.
Mr. Yang.
yeah,
Get the
just
permission.
very quickly, our code, section, chapter 2.26, which establishes the Public Art Commission, it does say that the city council won't exercise its judgment on artistic matters unless the council requests that the matter be agendized for council review. So the council can weigh in, but it has to be specifically agendized.
And that, if I understood what you said correctly, that applies to the content of the art. Separate question on the location of the art, whether we can require that art funds generated from a specific project be used on art in that project area. So is there something in the code that prohibits the council from having this being an aspect of a development agreement?
I don't know if there's a code
Because Mr.
section.
Yang
I
just read
yeah.
the code, and that did not stipulate that we could not narrow the location, but only the content, the design.
Yeah. I would need to take a sort of deeper look at it, but I'm not seeing a prohibition on the council taking that sort of action.
Okay, so maybe the motion can put that qualification in it, pending additional staff review. But we could put in the motion direction to utilize both phases of the art funds on art in this location, and at least get that guarantee that the dollars would go there, and contingent on it being consistent with city code.
Madam Clerk, could you put the motion on the board TV screen?
So would it be as part of 6 that we would say that art funds generated under this development agreement would be located in the vicinity of the cannery site, or actually on the former cannery site, because that's a large area, it's not just the building, and subject to consistency with city code.
So when you say art funds, do we have to be specific to the second half of the funds, or?
But I'm referring to both the first and the second half, this applying to it, because technically,
So-
without this, the first half wouldn't be obligated to be here either, right?
No, sorry, the first half is obligated to be on the site. If they're doing on-site public art,
See,
it
because
actually has
it's-
to be on
it's
the cannery
site.
site.
Okay,
Yeah.
and that's, all right, so
So-
that it should actually say that off-site, the second phase of art funds from this development would yada, yada, yada.
I think actually it might be clearer to say in lieu art funds generated under this agreement.
Great, thank you. With that inclusion, I would second the motion.
Will you consider another one? What Mayor Du Bois wrote in his
I
letter?
think that what we got was clarification that the current language
Is in there.
embraces, requires kind of best current technology, which is what former Mayor Du Bois described.
I think there's a typo in 6, just, I think you want to say in lieu art funds generated under this agreement would be directed to art located at, is that correct? Yes, just insert.
One more question for Mr. Steele. Naming of your building, can it be Bayside Cannery?
We've thought about the streets, but I haven't thought about putting a name on the building. I think we could seriously consider that.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. All right, I'm not going to speak to it. Councilmember Burke?
No, I don't need to speak further either.
Vice Mayor Stone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just have one question for staff, just to confirm. I saw it in the staff report. You talked about it, but we're struggling to find it in the actual agreement on the renaming of Portage to Thomas Funchal. Is that, so by passing this motion, that will then begin that process? Or does that need to be included?
We haven't specifically indicated what it would be named. The process is laid out in one of the city ordinances. Let me find the.
Sorry, Claire. So the process that you're referring to is for naming new streets. That would be like the new private streets created in the townhome development. I think what the Vice Mayor is asking about is renaming the existing Portage.
Correct.
Avenue. That's a separate process that I think would need to be called out specifically in a motion. If that agreed.
Yeah.
Thank you. Then I'd offer that as a friendly amendment.
Accepted.
Yeah, can you state your wording?
And maybe staff can help them with the language on what this process looks like, but to I guess, direct staff to rename Portage to Thomas Funchal. I guess, what is it? Portage Avenue to Thomas Funchal Avenue.
Mayor? You
sorry?
accept that? Do you accept that?
I accept that.
I do as well.
The park is going to be called Thomas Funchal Park as well?
I don't know whether we want to determine that tonight or not.
Councilmember Ed Line told me not to get too carried away.
Yeah.
Excuse me, Mayor, sorry, back on this number 7. We suspect there is a process associated with this. This wouldn't be a direct action and referral to staff. So perhaps similar to number 6, either subject to city code or prescribed process.
You could say direct staff to begin a process. Our concern is that there may be, for example, business impacts to other businesses on the street who would have to change their signage and et cetera, and that we shouldn't take final action on that tonight. Should begin a process.
Initiate a process. Yeah. Okay.
On number 6, subject to consistency with city code. So it means that the art commission can insist that we follow city code and that they decide on what happens with
Well,
that.
if I might, there's two scenarios. One is whether this current code allows us to stipulate a location, which from the reading we heard tonight sounds like it may. And if it doesn't, the council could modify that code going forward if we wanted to. But we just simply can't do something outside of the code.
So
Right.
we would have to modify the code.
Well, so we just, without knowing that this was going to be a particular interest of the council tonight, we haven't deeply researched our procedures. So we understand the council's goal and desire. And I think the motion indicates that you would like to move in that direction, but we do need to take the time. The public art program is well articulated in our code. There's lots of parts to it. So we should research that. And to the extent that there are other procedures or things that need to be done, we do need to work with your goal and purpose within that.
And if I might cede the floor to Councilmember Lithcott, Ames maybe has something that she has just read in the code.
Yeah, just pulling up the Palo Alto Municipal Code, section 21.20.140 is on street names. Street names, whether for public or private streets, require approval by the city council. All street names shall be clearly shown upon signs, et cetera. It looks as if this is something city council must approve. As for how we get to that point, I don't know.
Yes, and it's not on the agenda for tonight. So again, we take this as your intention and goal, and we will faithfully walk down this path. Thanks.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, so first of all, thank you to all the members of the public that came out, ad hoc, development team, all the people involved. I think it took a lot to get to here. So in general, I think this looks good. I like what I've seen here and all the deliberation. I guess the one reason why I wanted to chime in is I think maybe I understand your hesitancy to maybe go for the park, but I think we have as you guys know, we have a fairly significant Asian American population now, and I'm trying to think of any park or street that is named after an Asian American. I can't think of any. Maybe there's probably something, but I can't think of a single one. And so, I guess I'd like to propose a friendly amendment to number 7 that to not just have a street, but have a and or. So maybe if the street, maybe the businesses don't want to just change the name of the street, it could be the park, or maybe it's both. I'm not sure. I don't think it's pretty late right now, so I don't think we should try to figure this out. But I think having that optionality would be good. So I wanted to see if the maker and the seconder would be open to that friendly amendment.
So you're saying you want to add or?
Basically, so direct staff to initiate a process to rename Portage Avenue and or a park to Thomas, or I guess Thomas, maybe basically to give the option to be a street and or a park. Basically, that's what I'm trying to say.
Well, if we say or, then it might mean we don't name the street.
Yeah, because I think that there's also a process for the park. We own the park and we can go to the Parks and Rec and have them name it too.
Yeah, so I guess I wanted to get that in there because I think that would be a good thing.
I appreciate that. Did you want to speak?
That doesn't, I think that might be a good idea, but I think that we own the park, and so the Parks Commission can do it. And I don't think that that's part of the development agreement, because that's just an independent process that we can work on, and I think it's worth considering.
Or maybe add in there and have Parks and Rec evaluate naming of the park.
Sounds good.
So add to number 7. Yeah. Madam Clerk, if you add to number 7 and refer to Parks and Rec naming of this new park. Thank you. Is that all right with you, Councilmember Burke? Oh, Councilmember Vinker,
No, I just accidentally hit.
Councilmember Lowing. Okay. So like I said earlier, this was a very hard decision, quite painful actually. But at the same time, after listening to my colleagues speak about this, what could it end up becoming? It could end up becoming nothing. So, and as Councilmember Du Bois said, you know, we did negotiate in good faith. And like I said, with the Sobrato team, they were very accommodating and not easily, but yes. So I appreciate that we did that. I do also want to apologize to the public for doing this behind closed doors. It was the first time I did it. I know what it's all about, and I apologize, and I will not do it again. And with that, we can go for a vote.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Hames,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
motion carries.
Thank you. And I just want to say to Madam Clerks, good job.
Thank you.
And Councilmember Lowing wants to say something.
Yes, I just think one more time, we should thank the ad hoc of now Mayor Ku and ex-Mayor Du Bois. We have a lot of ad hocs and a lot of committees. This was a tough one. And, you know, I think both sides of the negotiations, from what I'm hearing, were very honest and forthright and, you know, worked for the common good. But I really want to thank our two colleagues who were active before three of us were even here. But thanks so much for working through this difficult situation.
Thank you, Councilmember Lowing. And with that, we're adjourned.